Hello everyone, I am a user interface designer and I have 6+ years of experience in the designing of website, web applications and mobile apps user interfaces. I have worked for small and medium businesses and helped them build intuitive interfaces for their projects. So from my experience and understanding of design, you will learn about how to create an ICO website design in Photoshop. This will be only design course who wants to learn how to create website design in Photoshop. So there will be no HTML or CSS included in this course. So let's talk about what will you learn from this course. You will learn how to create ICO website design in Photoshop. Let's get an idea about ICO. ICO is an initial coin offering, also commonly referred to as an ICO in short, is a fundraising mechanism in which new projects sell their underlying crypto tokens in exchange for Bitcoin and Ethereum cryptocurrencies. It is similar like to an initial public offering in which investors purchase share of a company, like as you all know. You will learn about how to create website design for desktop and mobile version in Photoshop. Eventually, you will improve your knowledge from this course and you might get a chance to work for a company or work as a freelancer as well. In the end, you will get finished PhD template from this course, and you will also know about how to supply files to a web developer. You will learn about how to optimize images and cut the images for the web developer so he can implement this design for front end. So here is our curriculum for this course. In the first session, you will get an introduction to web design and what are 5 reasons why web design is important. Although I have covered ICO in briefly, but we will talk more about it in this session. You will also get to know what is Photoshop and what are the various tools which we will use in this course. In the second session, we will start designing ICO desktop site in Photoshop. You will learn how to create tagline, header, navigation bar and tabs design for desktop website version. You will also get course materials along with the course for practicing it. In the continuing third session, you will learn how to create content, testimonials and photo design for ICO website homepage. In the end of this session, we will review all subtopics of second and third session. In fourth session of this course, you will learn about how to create mobile version design of the website. It would have similar 6 sections, but we will make it adaptable for mobile view. In fifth session, you will continue to learn how to design rest of the section for mobile version design. And in the end, we will review all the subtopics of fourth and fifth sessions. In last session, you will conclude with PhD template file and also get a bonus lecture at the end of this session. Now we are in session 1. So let's get an introduction to web design so it is clear to those who are new to web design. Design is the process of collecting ideas and aesthetically arranging and implementing them guided by certain principles for a specific purpose. Web design is a similar process of creating interfaces with the intention of presenting the content on electronic web pages, which the end users can access through the internet with the help of a web browser. We use certain softwares like Photoshop or Sketch and several other software available to make them visually look appealing as well as apply certain methods to make them useful for the end user. So to have better user experience by using a website or a product. In this course, we will use Photoshop to create our initial coin offering website homepage design. Earlier we had not much of a space to cater mobile users through our desktop website in their mobile phone. But after the introduction of fluid grids and media queries, it really changed the web design as a whole. Now we have two of the most common methods for designing websites that work well both on desktop and mobile. That is that is the responsive and adaptive design. In responsive design provides the optimal viewing experience of a website no matter what type of device the user is seeing it on. It has an approach aimed at crafting sites to provide an optimal viewing experience, easy reading, and navigation with a minimum of resizing, panning, and scrolling across a wide range of devices, from mobile phones to desktop computer monitors, like you are seeing in the screen. This is done by using fluid grids. That's a term for a design that works no matter what the screen size is. So no matter how much you resize the screen, that same layout will automatically respond to that size, like a single ball growing or shrinking to fit through several different hoops. Whereas adaptive web design is different from responsive design in that there is not one layout that always changes. Instead, there are several distinct layouts for multiple screen sizes, and the layout used depends on the screen size use used. So it is kind of a fixed layout for certain screen sizes. For example, there could be a specific layout for mobile phones, tablets, and desktop computers, each of which are made in advance. These three designs wait on standby until someone visits the site. The site detects the type of device used and deliver the preset layout for that device. So instead of single ball going through several different size hoops, you would have several different balls to use depending on the hoop size. 5 reasons why web design is important. Creating user-friendly web design. Besides the basic elements of web design that make a site beautiful and visually compelling, a website must also always consider the end user. User friendliness can be achieved by paying attention to the following factors. You can see the isometric view of design. Here we have navigation, multimedia, interactive, technology, and compatibility factors. In navigation, site architecture, menus, and other navigation tools in the web design must be created with consideration of how users browse and search. The goal is to help the user to move around the site with ease, efficiently finding the information they require. And in the multimedia factor, it should have relevant video and audio stimuli in the design can help users to grasp the information, developing understanding in an easy and quick manner. This can encourage visitors to spend more time on the web page. Compatibility design the web page to perform equally well on different browsers and operating systems to increase its viewing. So it is necessary to have the compatible design so any user can see it on his or her mobile or any device. In technology factor, advancements in technology give designers the freedom to add movement and innovation, allowing for web design that is always fresh, dynamic, and professional. In the last factor, that is interactive, increase active user participation and involvement by adding comment boxes and opinion polls in the design, convert users from visitors to clients with email forms and newsletter signups. Web design professionals create excellent user interface design for a satisfying web experience. They use critical planning and analysis for the design, and they pay attention to individual client specifications, converting the intricate process into a simple and elegant piece of art. So let's talk about the elements of web design. Web design uses many of the same key visual elements as all types of design, such as layout, color, graphics, fonts, and content. In your screen, you can see the man arranging the number of colored boxes in the computer screen. In the layout element, this is the way the graphics, ads, and text are arranged. In the web world, a key goal is to help the viewer find the information they seek at a glance. This includes maintaining the balance, consistency, and integrity of the design. In color element, the choice of colors depends on the purpose and clientele. It could be simple black and white to multicolored design. It depends on the client requirement. Conveying the personality of a person or the brand of an organization using web safe colors. In graphics element, graphics can include logos, photos, clip art, or icons, all of which enhance the web design. For user friendliness, this needs to be placed appropriately, working with the color and content of the web page, while not making it too congested or slow to load. Especially new designers tends to make these mistakes to put so many graphics in single page, which makes page looks cluttered and bulky. This could affect page view and lead to less or no traffic. So everything has to be in precise manner. In the fonts element, the use of various fonts can enhance a website design. Most web browsers can only read a select number of fonts, known as web safe fonts. So your designer will generally work within the widely accepted group. But after an introduction of CSS 3.0, we can use other open fonts by using font face property in the CSS file, and it provides designers big relief on or easy hand to play with web page design typography. In the last element, that is content, content and design can work together to enhance the message of the site through visuals and text. Written text should always be relevant and useful, so as to not to confuse the reader and to give them what they want so they will remain on the site. Content should be optimized for search engines and be of a suitable length, incorporating relevant keywords. In first video of an introduction, we have briefly got to know about the definition of ICO. Let's get to know more about it. An initial coin offering is similar in concept to an initial public offering, that is IPO. Both a process in which companies raise capital, while an ICO is an investment that gives the investor a crypto coin, more commonly known as a coin or a token, in return for investment, which is quite different to the issuance of securities, as is the case of an IPO investment. Before getting into the details, it is worth providing some detail on blockchains, tokens, and cryptocurrencies. What is a blockchain? A blockchain is an incorruptible digital ledger of economic transactions that can be programmed to record not just financial transactions but anything of value. It is essentially a digital spreadsheet that is duplicated across a network of computers. The network is designed to update the spreadsheet on a regular basis. As the information is shared and regularly updated and not stored in a single location, it is considered to be a truly public and easily reconciled. Why is it considered revolutionary? Imagine not needing a single database that must be passed across global geographies and companies for updating. What are tokens? Tokens coins that are offered during an ICO and would be considered an equivalent to share purchase in an IPO and are also referred to as crypto coins. If you see in the ICO infographic on your screen, the person on the left processing the real currencies and cryptocurrencies, and in the return of investment, the investor getting a token. Let's get to know about cryptocurrencies. Cryptocurrencies are digital or virtual currencies that uses cryptography for security. It is not issued by any central bank or any central authority, taking it out of the reach of governments who can interfere or manipulate. The transactions are anonymous in nature. Token issued from an ICO will have a value, with the ICO allocating equivalent to equity to the token, which gives the investor ownership with voting rights and in certain cases qualifying for dividends. While this will be the closest format of an ICO to IPOs, the vast majority of an ICOs issues tokens that are an asset giving investor access to the feature of a particular project rather than ownership of the company itself. It is ultimately the process of crowdfunding a new cryptocurrency project involving a token sale with a cryptocurrency project raising capital to fund operations, with investors receiving an allocation of the project tokens in return. ICOs tend to be open from between a few weeks to a month, though some have been open for longer and fundraising for a particular ICO possibly taking place on multiple occasions, unlike an IPO which is a one-time event. Some of the key characteristics of an ICO include: you can participate in a project where would be no centralized organization have control over it. Instead, we will have decentralized autonomous organization DAO or an economy. Coins ICOs generally sell participation in an economy, while token ICOs sell a right of ownership or royalties to a project or DAO. Owning tokens do not always give the investor a right to vote on the direction of a project or DAO. ICO prices are usually established by the creator of the company, project, or DAO. ICOs may have been multiple rounds of fundraising with coins or tokens on offer, increasing in value until the release date, with early investors likely to have greater rewards embedded within their tokens as an incentive. All I want to tell you what is an ICO, and I am not endorsing anyone to use any cryptocurrencies for investment or any purpose. It is just for providing information to learners who want to know about ICO. Now, let's discuss what is Photoshop and its tools. Photoshop is Adobe's photo editing and retouching software, which used for image processing and creation, graphic design, web and mobile apps design. You can also do some soft animations in newest version of it, which produce GIF animated image as a result. The software provides many image editing features for raster pixel based images as well as vector graphics. It uses a layer based editing system that enables image creation and altering with multiple overlays that support transparency. Layer can also act as masks or filters, altering underlying colors. Shadows and other effects can be added to the layers. Photoshop Actions Include automation features to reduce the need for repetitive tasks. An option known as Photoshop CC, that is Creative Cloud, allows users to work on content from any computer. Photoshop is used by photographers, graphic designers, video game artists, advertising, and web designers. Now, let's dive into the Photoshop tools. Like you are seeing on the screen, there are several sets of tools in the Photoshop. First, we have selection tools, which we use for selecting any image or layer. We have cropping tools, which we use for cropping the image. We have also slice tool, which we use for optimizing the image. We have color selection tools. We have photo enhancement tools, which we use for making correction in the photo or image. We have eraser tool also. We have photo manipulation, photo editing tools, which we use for photo retouching. We have move around page tools, which we use for moving the image or any layer. And there are zoom in and zoom out, background and foreground tools, which we will use in Photoshop. Let's get a quick overview about each tool. So start from the top. We have move tool. We will use V shortkey for the move tool. The move tool is used to move layer selections and guides within a Photoshop document. It enables auto select to automatically select the layer or group you click on. In the rectangular marquee tool, we will use M shortkey. It draws rectangular selection outlines. You will press and hold shift as you drag to draw a square selection. In the elliptical marquee tool, we will use same M shortkey. It will draw elliptical selection outlines. You will press and hold shift to draw a selection in a perfect circle. In the next tool, that is single row marquee tool. The single row marquee tool tells itself it selects a single row of pixels in the image from left to right. In the single column marquee tool, it uses the single column marquee tool to select a single column of pixels from top to bottom. In the next tool, lasso tool, we will use L short key to enable it. With the lasso tool, you can draw a freeform selection outline around an object. In the polygonal lasso tool, we will click around an object with the polygonal lasso tool to surround it with a polygonal straight edge selection outline. In the magnetic lasso tool, it snaps the selection outline to the edges of the object as you move your mouse cursor around it. And in the quick selection tool, we will use W shortkey to enable it. It lets you easily select an object simply by painting over it with a brush. Enable auto enhance in the option bar for better quality selections. In the magic wand tool, Photoshop magic wand tool selects areas of similar color with a single click. The tolerance value in the option bar sets the range of colors that will be selected. Now let's move to another set of tools, that is cropping and slice tools. In the crop tool, we will use C shortkey to enable it. Use the crop tool in Photoshop to crop an image. and it remove unwanted areas. And if we uncheck it, we can delete cropped pixel in the option bar to crop an image non-destructively. In the perspective crop tool, we will use the perspective crop tool to both crop an image and fix common distortion or perspective problems. In the slice tools divides an image or layout into smaller sections which can be exported and optimized separately. And in the slice select tool, we use the slice select tool to select individual slices created with the slice tool. Now we will move to the next tool, which is color selection or measurement tools. The eyedropper tool, we will use eye shortcut to enable it. It samples colors in an image. Increase sample size in the option bar for a better representation of the sampled area's color. In 3D material eyedropper tool, although we will not use it, but still we should know about it. We use the 3D material eyedropper tool to same material from a 3D model in Photoshop. In the color sampler tool, the color sampler tool displays color values for the selected sample area in an image. So we can up to 4 areas sampled at a time. View the color information in Photoshop in info panel. In photo enhancement set of tools, let's discuss first spot healing brush tool. We will use J shortkey to enable it. In Photoshop, it quickly removes blemishes and other minor problems area in an image. We use a brush size slightly larger than blemish for best results. In healing brush tool, it lets you repair larger problem areas in an image by painting over them. You will hold Alt if you are in Window, or if you are in Mac, we will use Option key and click to sample good texture, then paint over the problem area to repair it. In Patch tool, with the Patch tool, draw a freeform selection outline around a problem area. It then repair it by dragging the selection outline over an area of good texture. In the next tool, that is content aware move tool. It is very powerful tool in the Photoshop. We use the content aware move tool to select and move part of an image to a different area. Photoshop automatically fills in the hole in the original spot using elements from the surrounding areas. In the red eye tool, it suggests itself. It removes common red eye problems in a photos resulting from camera flash. The brush tool is Photoshop primary painting tool. We use it to paint brush strokes on a layer or on a layer mask. In the pencil tool, we use B shortkey to enable it. Same for the brush tool. The pencil tool is another of Photoshop painting tools, but while the brush tool can paint soft edge brush strokes, the pencil tool always paints with harder edges. In the next set of tools, in color replacement tool, we use the color replacement tool in Photoshop to easily replace the color of an object with a different color. In the mixer brush tool, it is unlike the standard brush tool. The mixer brush in Photoshop can simulate elements of real painting such as mixing and combining colors and paint wetness. In the clone stamp tool, we use S shortcut to enable it in Photoshop. It is the most basic of Photoshop retouching tools. It samples pixels from one area of the image and paints them over pixels in another area. So it is quite basic tool. In pattern stamp tool, we use the pattern stamp tool to paint a pattern over the image. In history brush tool, we use Y shortcut to enable it. It paints a snapshot from an earlier step into the current version of the image. It chooses the previous state from the history panel. In art history brush tool, it paints a snapshot from an earlier state into the image, but does so using stylized brush strokes. In the next set of tools, the first one is eraser tool. We use E shortcut to enable it. In Photoshop, it permanently erases pixels on a layer. It can also be used to paint in a previous history state. In background eraser tool, it erases areas of similar color in an image by painting over them. And whereas the magic eraser tool, it is also similar to the magic wand tool in that it selects area of similar color with a single click. But the magic eraser tool then permanently delete those areas. In the next set of tools, we have gradient tool. We will use G shortcut to enable it. It draws gradual blends between multiple colors. The gradient editor lets you create and customize your own gradients. So it is quite useful tools in the Photoshop. Next we have paint bucket tool. The paint bucket tool fills an area of similar color with your foreground or a pattern. The tolerance value determines the range of color that will be affected around the area where you clicked. In the blur tool, that is photo edit set of tools, it blurs and softens areas you paint over with the tool. In the next sharpen tool, it sharpens area you paint over. In smudge tool, it smudges and smears the areas you paint over. It can also be used to create a finger painting effect. In the dose tool, we use oak shortcut to enable it. It paints over areas in the image with the dose tool to lighten them. In burn tool, the burn tool will darken the areas you paint over. It is not useful in our course, but we still have to have some knowledge about it. Sponge tool. It paints over areas with sponge tool to increase or decrease color saturation. Now let's dive into drawing and typing tools. We have pen tool. It allows you to draw extremely precise paths, vector, shapes or selections. Freeform pen tools allow you to draw freehand paths or shapes. You can freely draw anything from this tool. It have it has anchor points are automatically added to the paths as you draw. You can also add anchor point from add anchor point tool, and you can also delete anchors using delete anchor point tool. It click on existing anchor point along a path with the delete anchor point tool to remove the point. Then we have convert point tool. On a path, click on smooth anchor point with the convert point tool to convert it to a convert point. Click a corner point to convert it to a smooth point. Now we have horizontal type tool. It is simply as the type tool in Photoshop. We use the horizontal type tool to add standard type to your document. In the vertical type tool, the vertical type tool adds type vertically from top to bottom, like its name suggests. Vertical type mask tool. Rather than adding editable text to your document, the vertical type tool mask tool create a selection outline in the shape of vertical type. In the horizontal type mask tool, we use T and all above vertical type tool and vertical type mask tool. We use also same T shortcut to enable it. Like the vertical mask type tool, the horizontal type mask tool creates a selection outline in the shape of type. However, the type is added horizontally rather than vertically. Now we have path selection tool. To enable it, we will use short key, that is A. We use the path selection tool in Photoshop to select and move an entire path at once. We have also direct selection tool. We use it to select and move an individual path segment, anchor point or direction handle. Now we have shapes tools. First, rectangle tool. We use U shortcut to enable it. It draws rectangular vector shapes, path or pixel shapes. You have to press and hold shift as you drag to force the shape into perfect square. In rounded rectangle tool, it's we use it similar to the standard rectangle tool, but it draws the shapes with rounded corners. You will press and hold shift to draw a square with rounded corners. Ellipse tool. Ellipse tools draw elliptical vector shapes, path or pixel shapes. You will press and hold shift as you drag to draw a perfect circle. In the polygon tool, we draw polygonal straight edged vector shapes, paths or pixel shapes. The line tool, like its name suggests, we use it for drawing straight lines, either as shapes or paths. We have also custom shape tool. It lets you select and draw custom shapes. It is quite a useful tool and we will use it in our web design project. Next, we have navigation set of tools, that is hand tool and rotate view tool. In hand tool, it lets you click and drag an image around on the screen to view different areas when zoomed in. And we will use H shortcut to enable it. In the rotate view tool, we use the rotate view tool in Photoshop to rotate the canvas, so you can view and edit the image from different angles. And the last one, we have zoom tool. If you want to zoom in or zoom out the image, you can use it. For using it, we will press and hold Alt key for Window and Option key for Mac, and we will click with the zoom tool to zoom out. Hello again guys. In last session we got to know about what is web design and what are the important elements of web design. We have learned how initial coin offering exchange works and what are the core elements of ICO distribution. And those who did not have idea about Photoshop and its tools, now they would be familiar with that also. So let's start designing ICO desktop one-page site. Firstly, we will know about what is Wireframe and what are the various online tools available which we can use to create it. We have so many wireframing tools which are available online, and some of are popular like UXPin, Envision, Axio, which is available online and offline as well. We can create simple wireframe as well as interactive prototype in a very short time, and can collaborate and share it with our clients and stakeholders who are taking feedback from them to ensure we get useful interface and nice experience when users uses our product. Basically, the aim of a wireframe is to provide a visual understanding of a page early in a project to get stakeholder and project team approval before the creative phase gets underway. Wireframes can also be used to create the global and secondary navigation to ensure the terminology and structure used for the site meets user expectations. So let's talk about what are the advantages of wireframing. One of the great advantages of wireframing is that it provides an early visual that can be used to review with the client. Users can also review it as an early feedback mechanism for prototype usability test. Not only are wireframes easier to amend than concept designs, once approved by the client and the users, they provide confidence to the designer. From a practical perspective, the wireframe ensure the page content and functionality are positioned correctly based on user and business needs. And as the project moves forward, they can be used as a good dialogue between members of the project team to agree on the project vision and scope. What are the disadvantages of wireframing? As the wireframes do not include any design or account for technical implications, it is not always easy for the client to grasp the concept. The designer will also have to translate the wireframes into a design. So communication to support the wireframe is often needed to explain why page elements are positioned as they are. Also, when content is added, it might initially be too much to within the wireframe layout. So the designer and copywriter will need to work closely to make this fit. I have also created wireframe for our design. Let's take a tour of it. On the left side of the wireframe, we have our logo, and the right side of it, we have global secondary navigation for our page sections. On the first fold of the page, I have created banner image so we can give quick idea about our business products or services through image or tagline to our first time visitors to make connection with their expectation for which they are here for. Next we will have a about section. Here we will explain about our business and services in these three columns, right? And the next section will be for our team, and we will show their profile here. And here we will have white paper and timeline section after that, which will show our journey from the start of the business to till now. And next we will have the footer section here. Now we have got the insight about the wireframe. Let's get to know about what is website style guide and its essentials. Logo. We will define and give examples of our logo. We will show our logo should be used in various formats including full color, black and white, like I did here. You can see that we have multiple variants of the logo. We should also provide logo files for users in PNG, JPG and vector based formats. If we have a tagline, make sure there are rules around placement, font, color, and size in relationship to the logo. In color palette, we will provide hex and RGB color values for each color in our palette. Include recommended color combinations. Many brands have primary and secondary color palettes to define the main colors to be used and accent colors. You can see that we have the main colors and the accent colors. In the typography, we will define the font family, sizes, kerning, line spacing, color for various content type, header, subhead, paragraphs, site, block quote, labels, form headers, or any other formatted text that will be used. In the links and buttons, we will define the color and style for all links and button that will be used. We will show examples and hex values for content links, sidebar link styles, submit buttons, form buttons, information buttons, or any other link or button. In the iconography, we will define what type, sizes, file sizes, dimensions, and styles should be used for icons on our site. Do we have specific icon sets that needs to be used? We will show examples of or have a library of graphics and icon prepared for usage, like I did here. In a perfect world, graphic designers can customize or design icons for clients. And in the image photography section, photography is a usage is one of the most prominent components of communication. So many brands are cheapened by the usage of mediocre or unsupportive stock art or an inconsistent photo usage. We will define the style for use of imagery. Would we want them to be all soft focus? Is it okay to show people faces? What kinds of people represent our target demographic? What should these people be doing? Some companies even define the types of dogs to be used based on their market search. We will build a photo library and make sure to have the usage rights to all the images you use. Like I used this image for our banner image. So this will relate to our concept. Okay, and there will be UI elements which we will use for the sections. Okay, so now we have both wireframe and UI style for a one page site. Let's start designing it for desktop in Photoshop Workspace. This is our Photoshop Workspace, and we are creating our one page site design in this grids. Let me give you a quick overview about the grids to those who are not aware of grid based design and why are we using it. It helps you to structure your design in a way that would otherwise be difficult. It is time consuming and troublesome. It keeps our content organized and make our job quicker. It also makes easier for collaborating with other designers and front-end developers. So let's get started on the design. So I have also already opened the style guide for the design and the wireframe which I have created. So we will hide these columns, these green, these colored columns, and we will take a rectangular tool for creating our navigation. So if you see that here I have created our logo and the sections menu links. So same we will create the logo here and the navigation for our design. So first of all, we will create groups for each section. So here we have header, and here we have the banner, and the next one we will name it as content, and the last one will be for the footer, and we will name it as set for the whole group. So for better recognition, we will label as colored for each section. So like this one as orange, this one as orange, sorry, this one is red, this one is orange, this one is yellow, and this one is green. You can give any color to any group. So why we are putting all layers in group? It is a better way to organize the layers for each section. Otherwise we will have so many layers, and we will also get maybe may get confused, or someone may be using a PSD, he will not be understand where which layer belongs to which section. So that's the whole concept of creating groups for PSD. So we will release this layer. So let's create the navigation for our one page site design. We will take rectangular tool, and we will give it fixed size. For the width we will use 1600 pixel, and for the height we will give 60 pixel for the height. Now we have took that fixed dimension, we will create the rectangular shape here. So we have created the shape here, and we will align it from top. We will check whether it is aligned from left side and right side. So it is aligned from both sides. We will create our logo here. So in wireframe we have named it as ICO. So we will give it font size, and we will make it bold, and we will give it a white color for the logo. So our logo has been created. For lining from both side, left and right, we have to create further guide. So how do we create it? We will take square box like 40 by 40 pixel, and we will place it here, and we will enable the ruler using Control R or Command R in Mac, and we will drag the guide on the edge of this square box, and we will do same thing on the right side. We will again drag this guide to the edge of this square box, and we will delete it because we don't need anymore. And we will align the logo with this guide so it is aligned from both sides. We will also align it. We will drag this layer into the header group, and we will align it from vertically. Now it is centered from vertically. So next we will create our navigation. Navigation we have about, platform, white paper, team, contact, menu links. So we will create same it as in our visual design. So first we have about, platform. We will make it small so it contains the whole menu. Platform, white paper, then team and contact. Now it is too bold and bit bigger. We will give short font size, like this one is okay. We'll make it semi bold. Perhaps we'll make it more thinner. This one looks fine. Now we will remove the guides from canvas. I have used Ctrl plus H for hiding the guides. First of all, we will drag this layer into the header group, and we will same make it vertically aligned like this. Now we will give some spacing in the middle of both menu links. We will use space bar and count it to 1 2 3 4 5 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5, and same for the team and contact links. Now we have even spacing, and we will align it from the right side like this. Now we have the menu and the logo created. In some design you have seen one or two navigations. Basically it depends on the site length and the pages of the site. So in our case we have only one page for the site. So let's design banner for the home page. So I have already created a tagline for our design. So I will create it tagline here. I just copy it and paste it. So let's give it big size to the font, and let's give it a color. We can take it from here, from our style guide, and we will give it this color to our tagline. We will make it semi bold so it looks nice. So you can see that line height is too much here, so let's give it smaller line height, like 48 pixel. This one looks fine. Let's capitalize it. For the word, let's give it a bit bigger font size. Mm, we have to give some extra line height for the spacing. 56 would be good enough. So we have created the tagline here. Now we will place the banner image on our design canvas. Looks like this will not work. So let's take it from here. We will copy it. I've used Shift Control plus C, and in the Mac you will use Command plus Shift plus C, and we will paste it using Control V or Command V in Mac. This is very much bigger to the for the banner. Let's small it, and now this is fine. Let's see. Let's give it some extra margin from top. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Same from here. 1 2 3 4 5 6. Now it is fine. We will also change the tagline format here. This seems fine now. We will make it bold. This looks fine. And we will align the tagline from vertically centered. This seems fine. Let's do some interesting thing here. Let's merge the banner and the navigation background into single section. So now a banner image and tagline has been hidden. Let's put this layer down to all the layers. Now we can see now we have all the layers tagline and banner image has been came about. So let's change the color of the tagline. Should be white. You can also play with the color also. Let's take this color and change this to this color, our accent color. This look good. We will give some more height to the background so it looks vertically aligned from both above and top, up, above and bottom. So you can now see that it is vertically aligned from the center, like what we wanted, and same for the tagline. Let's do another thing here. We will take another shape. We'll take circle shape and put it on the top of this background. And we will use this accent color for this shape. We'll make it bigger and drag it to the left side. Now we will clip this layer into our background layer. So we will have to move this layer beside with this rectangular shape, and now we have to just create clipping mask. Now our shape has been clipped in the rectangle shape. So now we can see that thing can be appear or it is very uncomfortable to read. So we will reduce the transparency of the layer. So we can reduce it from here by dragging left and right. You can see that how the transparency has reducing and increasing. Another way to do it is just pressing 5, and now you can see that it has been reduced to 50%. And if you do it again like this, like I'm using 2, it will reduce to 20%. So we will drag it more here, and just make it bigger to fill this gap. Now it is fine. That's how our banner looks like this. Let's just dra- drag this navigation a bit and logo as well. Now it's looks fine. We will create a widget for our launching countdown. So it is necessary to tell our visitor when we are going to launch this token exchange, and so if anyone interested in joining us, they can join from this widget. So let me create it. So we will take rounded rectangle tool and take a freeform shape here. We will take our color from our style guide. Now we will give it color to this, and I'm using white color. This looks fine. So we will have to give this some text for context, so your visitor can understand what it is. Visitor yourself. We will give this to dark dark gray color. Now you can see that font is too big here. We will reduce it to 24 pixel. Our style guide is 32 pixel. Let's give it 32 pixel. We will make it light. Now we will center it. Let's make a countdown. So we will have day, sorry, we will have months, day, hours, and seconds. Let's make it smaller. Let's take a idea from here. S3 is 26 pixel. So we will make it as 26 pixel. Sorry. We will also make it centered. Now we have the other colors also. We will take this color and implement on this countdown. Did not make much effect, but anyway. A day is remaining like this, 60 days remaining. Yes, we have skipped some steps in it. Instead of months, we should have days, hours, minutes. That's the right way. 60 minutes, 24 hours, minutes remaining, 23 hours, 30 minutes, 0 seconds. So you can see that it is not aligned well. So we'll take our manual method here. We'll do it like this: 1, 2, 3. So it is not lined yet. We'll give some spacing. Now it is aligned. So we'll make it closer. Now we have to create a button, call to action button, which is really required here. So we will take rectangular shape tool and create a button. We will also center it and give this color, give this button to this color. This color. Sorry, you have to pick it from here and like this. You have to align it from bottom as well. So we'll count it like this: 1, 2, 3, 4. So it will be 40 pixel. Same from the top side. 2, 3. 3 will be fine, and same for this: 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Right. So we have to name it as well. So we will name the button as join wish list. We will give this text some color. Join wish list. Right, it is too big for this button, so we will reduce it to 18 pixel. Yeah, that's fine. Let's capitalize it as well. So this is our countdown widget. So another thing remaining is that you should also see, is it vertically aligned or not. You can do it from your idea or by just do it like this. So we can see the difference from our naked eyes. We have more margin on the top side, and let's fix it. We have to select this part. Now this looks fine. 2, 3. It's like I forgot to select one shape. Yes, that wasn't left behind. So let's do it again. 1, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have learned how to create navigation and the banner image. Let's move to the content section and other sections. In this session, we will create content sections, that is for about, platform, white white paper, team, and contact menu links. In the last session, we have already created headers and the banner section. So let's create the content sections. So we will first create our about us section. So we will create a group for it and put it under the content group. So we will name this folder as about. So we will do it like for all the sections. So we have 4 more sections, that is platform. So we will name it as platform section, and this will come after about text about section, and this will name it as white paper section, and this will be a team section. And the last we have contact form, which we will name it as contact. So you can see we have all the 5 sections which comes in content, So let's create the about section. So I have already picked up the content for the about section. So let's create the about section for ICO page design. This is our about section content. So first we will add some interaction for the user, because this is very important, because sometimes user get confused where to go after the header. So we will add some interaction over here. So we will add an arrow which tell user where to go after the first fold of the page. So this will be our arrow. I picked up the icons for the page. So this is very big arrow. So we will resize it to the 30 pixel for the width and the height. So this is now okay for the interaction. So we will name this layer as arrow. Let's add a circle behind this arrow. So we will take around 46 by 46 pixel arrow and just place this layer behind this arrow layer. So we will center it and make this circle white. Now we can see that circle has been disappeared because the background is also white and the layer color is also white. So we will add layer style to it, and we will add drop shadow for this layer. We will reduce the opacity from here, and 25 pixel 25% would be fine. Let's make it 0, and let's do it for the size 3 pixel. Also we will remove use global height. We want to do it only for this layer, and we will change the angle to 90°. Now you can see we have the perfect ellipse circle which we now can see, and we will center it as well. Now it is centered on the page. Now we will put this arrow to in the banner and on this layer, this blue layer, like this. So we will include this layer on the banner group. like this. So we have added the interaction for the user. Now let's create about section. So I have already picked the content for the about section. Let's copy it from here and let's create a text here. So we will have like 24 pixel for all the content. Let's make it more smaller. Let's reduce the height as well because it is too much height here between the line. We will center this text and make it lighter. Let me pick the style guidelines. So we have 32 pixel for the heading 2 and so we will make peer to peer 32 pixel. We will put this text in the 4 column. So this way we have 3 columns for the text. So now we can see that these lines are too close and we can't even read this. So we will give this text line height around 24 pixel. So now we have the right spacing for the line. Now we will another thing we have to include heading title, that is about, which I have forgot, sorry, and we will give this about 48 pixel for the font size. We will center it as well. So we will give this title margin from the top and we will give 100 pixel from the top. 1 2 3 4 5. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Right, so let's give this text margin as well. 1 2 3 4 5. like this. So we have the text here, but icon still remain to add. So we will take the icon for that particular paragraph. So that is peer to peer. So we will take this one. This icon resemble to peer to peer. So we will take this icon and paste here. So we will also have to give spacing for this. So we will give 5 sorry 50 pixels margin from the top. 1 2 3 4 5, and this will, yeah, peer icon layer. So we will also center it as well. Now you can see that icon and text has been messed up. So let's give this text some spacing. 1 2 3. Let's center it as well. Now we have created this column. We will create other columns like that. So first we will duplicate these layers and drag it to the right side of it, and we will make it center like this one. And let's copy the heading, that is trading freedom, and here is a paragraph. So let's pick the icon for trading freedom. So this will be a trading freedom icon which matches the heading title. So we'll copy and paste it on the top of this heading. We will delete this layer and make it centered. This will be a trading icon. Let's do it for the next one. So same again, we will duplicate these layers and drag it to the right side of second column. Next one is our decentralized exchange. Let's copy the paragraph content Now we have to pick the icon for decentralized exchange. This will be our icon for decentralized exchange. So we will copy it again and paste it on the place of this icon. And we will name this layer as exchange. So we have created our about section. Let's give this icons to some colors. Let's close it. So we will pick the color from here. We will change the color from layer style and pick this color from here. And now we have done it for decentralized exchange icon. We will copy this layer style and we will paste this layer style on rest of the icons. So we don't have to do it one by one. We just select these layers and copy this layer style both icons. Now we will change the color of this heading title. And we will take this color, or this would be the option for the heading title. So we will pick the color and change it everywhere on the heading title. So now we have created the about us about section. Let's create the platform section. Let's create the platform section. So we will create this section in this group. So all the layers of platform section will come here. So we will differentiate this section from about section though. So we will create rounded rectangle shape. Like this. We will take the height around 300 pixel. Should be around 375 because we will have main heading also. For the background color, we will take this color, this color. So now we have to give spacing from the top because we have to make it consistent from the point of view of spacing. So we can't have less or more spacing on each section. We have to be consistent about the spacing. So let's do it. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10, because we have already took the margin of 100 pixel for this about section. So I will give this 100 pixel spacing from the bottom of this section. Now a heading will come here, and we will give it 48 pixel for the font size because we have already given the size for this about section heading 48 pixel. So we can't have different size for the heading. So we have to be also consistent about this thing. So the all elements, whole layout will look not identically but consistent enough. So we have to consider that our spacing, our heading colors, heading size, font size, icon size should be consistent. Sorry. So now we will take this content and paste it here. So we will take 3 columns this time. On in the about section, we took 4 column for the paragraph. This time we will take 3 columns for the paragraph. Now let's reduce it, and we will do 32 pixel for this heading, same as like we did for about section heading. Let's give it some line height. Let's change the font size for this as well. We will also give spacing for this paragraph. Let's give more spacing in the line height. Now you can see that we have we don't have much space left in the bottom of the section. So let's give some more spacing. Now we have to pick up the icon for the heading, that is live automated platform. So this will be our icon for the live automated platform para. So we will give spacing between the icon and the main heading, that is about 50 pixel 1 2 3 4 5, and we will make it centered. We will also give this paragraph spacing, that is about 1 2 3 30 pixel. So now we have to give same spacing which we have given, that is 100 pixel from the top. So should be also 100 pixel from the bottom. So our height is 457, so we will add 100 pixel to it, that is that will be 557 total height. That is my way to calculate. You can give fix width to your shape. Looks like it's not working for me as well, but anyway, we are not looking for perfection right now. Our goal is to create one page design for the ICO platform. So we will give this icon a name, that is automated. So we will do same like that for other columns. We will duplicate the layers and drag it to the right side of this first column. Same for the last one. So we don't have even spacing from left hand side and right hand side. So let's fix it. We will select all layers using shift and left click. We will hold the shift key and then click on left. Now we have even spacing from left hand side and right hand side. Let's change the color of icons as well. So we will take the same layer style and copy and paste it on the icons. So we have applied the same layer style on our platform section. So let's change the content and icons. So this will be our word renowned custodian. The content for this, we will replace it with this. And the last one will be rigorous compliance. We will also replace this content as well. So we have changed the content. Now let's change the icons as well. The custodian, we will use this icon because it matches to the custodian keyword. So let's paste it here and let's align it with this below icon. We will delete this and change the name of this layer, that is custodian, and apply this layer style to this icon. Now let's change the icon for this rigorous compliance column. We will use this check icon and we'll copy and paste it here. Now let's delete this layer and we will apply the same layer style and also change this layer name as compliance because it resembles to this name. Now we have created the platform section. So we have now about, then we have now platform section. Now let's create next section, that is white paper. So we will have to increase the canvas size. It is about 1500 pixel more, so it will be total around 3500 pixel, because we have already three more section which we have to design it as well. So let's move this whole set, whole design to the top. Now we have more spacing. You can see. So let's create white paper. Now we will create a background layer, and let's drag this layer into white paper section, and we will name it as background. Let's change the color. We will use this very light color, very light shade of blue color for our background. And we will use same idea of spacing, that is 100 pixel from top and 100 pixel from bottom. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. The idea behind spacing, basically we want to make it clear to the user that he's able to read the content and the information he is looking for easily. So we don't have to make the information or content in cluttered way. So we have to present this content in well mannered. So, using spacing, we can ensure that our content is not cluttered. So now we have created the background. Let's add white paper boxes. I'm going to represent it as boxes. So that 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. Now we will see that should be also 100 pixel from the bottom. So our height is 361 plus 100, so it will be around 461. This time I got it right. Let's put this layer in the right group. So this will be our box layer, and we will give it drop box layer style. Reduce the opacity. We will change the angle to the 90-degree, and we are done. So the white paper icon, I'm going to use this paper icon, which tells the user that it is a white paper or paper section. So this will be our paper icon, and I'm naming it as paper. So we will give spacing, even spacing, 1, 2, 3, 4. Now we will divide this white paper by country. English. So our this white paper will be in English. Let's change the font size, and I'm going to use H3, that is 26 pixel, and looks like I have capitalized the text. It should be like this. Same, we will give this text some spacing, 1, 2, and 3. Let's give some more spacing. So for the download icon, we will use this icon, and it is quite big for the download button. So let's change the size of it, and we will give it this icon width, that is 30 pixel, and height will be the same 30 pixel. So we will name this layer as download. So this will be our download icon. We will apply the same layer style on both the icons. Let's add a button here because it gives clear idea what it is. So we will center it as well. Now change the color of button. Will be this color. So now give there we will give some spacing here. 1, 2, 3, 4. We will move it more closer to the paper icon to differentiate between the button and the icon in the text. Now we can see that our download icon is not visible enough. So let's change the color of it. Now we will give this button a name, that is download, and we will reduce this its font size to the 18 pixel. See what we have used for this button. Yes, right, 18 pixel. Now let's change the color of the text to the white color. Now we have to make it vertically aligned centered. So we will select both layers and align it vertically. Now we have to center it, not exactly centered, but make it even from both sides. So 1, 2, 3, and our download icon 1, 2, 3. Right, but our icon still looks big. So let's change this. So I've converted the download layer into smart object. So if the purpose of making it smart object, when I'm resizing it, it will not distort the layer. So let's see how it works. You can see it has not been distorted. So that's the purpose of using smart object. So we will do this again. 1, 2, 3. Let's see if it is centered or not. Now it is centered. So we have created the English white paper box. Now let's create other countries white paper boxes. So this is our layers of this particular column. So let's duplicate. First of all, we are going to add 4 white papers. So let's move it here. And we have duplicated the layers. Let's move this box to the right side of first column. Now let's change the name to Italian. Again, we will duplicate the layers and drag it to the right side of second column, and we will change the name to Chinese. That will be for China. And again we will duplicate these layers and drag this last box to the end. This will be a Mexican. So we have created the white paper section, but again we have forgot to add main heading, that is white paper. So let's add it 48 pixel, dark gray color, and it will be semi bold variant. So again 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. So we will select all the layers and give spacing from the heading 1 2 3 4 5. So now you can see that we don't have enough spacing from the bottom, so we will give spacing about 100 pixel. So now we have 445 height total of this background shape. So let's add 4. So it will be about 545 total height of this background shape. Okay, so now we have white paper section has been completed. So we have created the about section, platform section, and the white paper section. Yes, this heading is not centered, so let's make it centered. Now it is fine. Now let's move to the team section. Yes, next will be the team section. In team section we will create 3 columns, and we will show 3 members of the ICO team. So let's create it. Let's create the heading first. So this will be our heading. Let's enter it. Now we will create the first column of the member. And this we have this content which I have picked, which I have created for the team section. And let's change the size of the font. Let's change the font size to 32 pixel. The member. It's pretty big for the name. Let's change it to 26 pixel. This should be more smaller than the name. So let's change it as well. 20 pixel. Let's change the variant of this paragraph to regular. We can do it otherwise, like we can make it centered like this, which is which looks much better than the left align text. Let's change the color of this name. So we'll change the color and use this color for the team member name. We will also make it regular. For the team, we will have to create also a profile image of the team member. So and circle. Let's take a circle and we are taking 100 by 100 pixel circle. So first we will give spacing according to our previous section, which was 50 pixel from the top and 50 pixel bottom from the main heading 1 2 3 4 5. Same we will do for this text. Say Now let's get an image for this team member. So I have already picked up some images for the profile of the team member. Let's make it smaller, maybe around 200 pixel. Let's clip this image in this circle. So we will right click on the layer and create clipping on this circle. So it is first let's make it smart object, and then we will resize this image. Okay, so it's a female member. Let's change it the name Mickey. Also change the text as well. Instead of it, we will delete this image and use the male image for our member profile picture. So this will be our male image. We will undo this, delete it again. I have used Control Z or Command Z in Mac. So we will again clip this image. So now we have the team member image placed here. Let's create another column. So let's copy this and replace it with this name. Same for the position. Same for the text here. Now we will delete this image and take the female image and paste it here. Now we will have to resize this image, so we will convert this layer into smart object. Then we will resize the image. For the third one, we will made up some. We will copy the same member for the last one. So we can use this. We will change the profile and the name. So we have the team section has been created. Now let's go from start from the top. Now we have the header, banner, about section, platform section, white paper section, and the team section. So now let's move to the next or the end section, that is contact form. We will again take a background shape and create here, and we will take same spacing for from the bottom of this team section. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7 8 9 10. This will ensure we will have even spacing in all the sections. So let's change the canvas size because we don't have much left in the bottom of this page. So let's change the height to 3700 pixel. Now we have more space below this background. So now let's change the name of this shape, background, and also let's change the color of it. Now we will make a small form here. First we will create a heading. We will apply the same style which we have did for all the sections heading. 48 pixel. 2 3 4 5 8 9 10. So we will take form fields here. So first will be first name, second will be for last name, and third will be for email input. Last one will be our submit button. We will change the color of this shape, and we will also change the name, and we will name it as input instead of it. We will use first name. So the first name will be our placeholder text for this input, and we will reduce the size and change the color of this placeholder text. Now we will place the place that layer on the shape. Now let's make it align. So let's change the font variant as well. It is still a bit bigger. Let's change it to 16 pixel. Now we will give some more styling to this input. We will use stroke. We will take 1 pixel size for the border, and our position will be inside. And let's change the color to this one. Now we will duplicate this layer and drag this to here and change the name to last name. Again we will duplicate this layer and drag it to the last name. Now we have dragged after the last name input. Let's change the name of last name to email address. Let's also take let's also create a button at the end of this form. Now we will change the color of this button, and we will take the same color for our previous buttons. Now let's change the color. First we will change the text to submit. We will center it. Now we can see that layer style has still applied on the button. We will remove this layer style, and now it has been removed. Now let's see how much spacing we have from the bottom. 256. That means we should have 356 from the bottom. I got it. This heading is too left aligned. Let's make it centered. First we will have to make sure that it is spacing correctly. So we will make the right spacing for the form. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now again we will have to make sure that it has even spacing from top and bottom. So it should be 342 pixel. Now we will take copyright section. It is not exactly section, it is the footer which we will create here. So we have copyright line here. Now let's create social sharing button also. We will take the same spacing from bottom of this line. 1, 2, 3, 3. We will duplicate this layer again and drag this rounded rectangle to the right of this first one shape. So now let's check it is center or not. Yes, it is centered. We will create our Facebook. Let's take our social icons. We will change the color of this rounded rectangle shape and give it shadow to it. We will give this shape shadow and give it 90-degree angle, and same for this. We will copy layer style and apply this layer style on this second shape. We will change the color also, and we will take Twitter icon and paste it here. So our footer has been also created. Now we have completed the design of our ICO one page site. Now let's review all the sections which you have created. First, we have created the logo and the navigation in the header, and we have created tagline and the content section on the left side of this header, and we have the banner image here. We have created about, platform, white paper, team, and contact section. We have three inputs for the user, where the user will enter his or her information and submit this to get contacted. And in the end, we have the footer section. Now let's move to the next session, that is mobile version design. So now we are in mobile version design session. Let's first of all get to know what is mobile version or responsive web design and why should you care. Responsive web design, which we also call RWD, creates a system for a single site to react to the size of a user's device. With one URL and one content source, a responsive website has a fluid and flexible layout which adjusts according to screen size. You can see several multiple screens on your desktop or laptop. It has screen for laptop and big monitor, tablet and mobile. It also offers an optimized browsing experience. Basically, your website will look great and work well on a desktop or laptop, a tablet and a mobile phone browser. In the past, developers built more than one site in order to accommodate different screen sizes. With the number of device types out there on the market today, this seems completely inefficient, right? Now you can understand why responsive web design is not a shiny trend anymore, but more of a shift in the thinking behind building websites. The term was actually coined in 2010 by web designer Ethan McCarthy. He said, responsive web design offers us a way forward, finally allowing us to design for the web and flow of things. Having a mobile responsive website is not just another option. Now it is a requirement. So let's talk about What are the benefits of responsive design? The number one benefit of a responsive layout is the guarantee that any user on any device will have the best experience possible on your website and the most consistent. Website responsiveness is also a great way to refine the content on your site, making sure that those using a mobile device are only seeing the most essential information. With a Google algorithm update, a responsive web design increases visibility on search engine because it is mobile friendly. So this is not only about the design, it's make huge impact when users search our site on Google. So ultimately it increase our ranking on the Google search algorithm. A site with an effective mobile experience will show up in search results above one without. Why responsive design is important for business? Number one, it increases reach to customers and clients on smaller devices like tablets and smartphones. And these days, we all have tablets and small smartphones, and we usually do search on these devices. Second, it provides consistent experience that increase lead generation, sales, and conversions. So effectively, it's good for businesses as well. And third one, it helps in analytics, tracking, and reporting in one place. And the fourth one, it reduces time and cost on site content management as well. And the last one, it stay ahead of the competition. So we can assume that so many sites are still not mobile ready at this time. So now that there are two other methods by which to offer a mobile friendly experience. The first is called dynamic serving, which uses the same URL but different HTML and CSS code. In this page recognize the device they are viewed on and serve up the correct code. The second method is a separate mobile site altogether, which we also call mobile site. When user visit on a mobile device, they are sent to a different mobile specific URL. So as long as the correct steps are taken to optimize fully for mobile users, the most useful method really depends on any given situation. So figure out which works the best for you for your online presence before diving into it. In previous session, we have created desktop site design for our ICO business concept. Now we will create mobile version design of it. So to design mobile version of our ICO business concept, I have taken template for mobile version. So this is similar as we have used in our desktop site version. So let's create our design in this template. So we will remove these layers because we don't need anymore. So we will again, first of all, we will create groups for right structure and a better organization of layers. So we will give them name as we have gave it in our desktop version. So first one will be header, second one will be our banner, content, and footer. Let's give them colors as well: red, yellow, green, orange. So now we have all the groups for all the sections. Now let's take rectangle tool and create a navigation here. We will lock this layer because this is our background layer, and this will remain as it is. And left. Okay, so let's create first of all our logo, which was ICO. We will change the color, reduce the font size of it to make it fit in this navigation. Now let's move this layer up under our logo and let's make it vertically centered. So we have created the logo here. Now we will create our mobile menu. So for mobile menu, we will take rounded rectangle tool and create a 30 by 30 pixel rounded rectangle shape. Now we will give the shape stroke. Now let's give it a white color. Now let's make 3 lines here. It has blue color, let's change it to white. Let's give it a name as well, line. 2, 3, 4, 5. We will give them spacing, and first of all we will duplicate this layer to make our 3 lines. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 2, 3, 4, 5. Now we have still some space below. Let's cover it. 2, 1, 2, 6. Now we have covered it. Let's reduce the width of these lines. We will zoom it using Control Z or Command Z in Mac. So this is our mobile menu, where we will have these menu links: about, platform, white paper, team, and contact. So let's create our menu here. We will use the same color, and we will copy these links from our desktop site design and let's paste it here. In desktop design we have created in horizontal way. Now we will create our menu in vertical position. So you can see that our positioning and the layout is changing because we are designing for mobile view, and we have to cater our mobile users. So we have to ensure that our mobile experience is good for them. So let's create this. So I'm giving this 36 pixel line height. We will check it is even spaced or not. 1, 2. So this will be our menu for the mobile view. Let's create another group where we will put our menu layers in this group. Sorry, it will be drop down. So now we have created this menu. Let's create our banner. So we will again drag this one and we will check our color first of all, is it same or not. Okay, so in here we have banner image and the tagline and countdown section. So we have to reduce this in a way that we will only show that is important. So we have to decide what is important for our mobile users. So the main thing is that our tagline and the countdown section is more important in the mobile view. So we will focus only on this left side section, tagline and the countdown. Let's copy this tagline and paste it here. If you see that in desktop we had this tagline on the left, now I'm putting it in the center of this banner. We have centered it. Now let's drag it. Now let's create this countdown section. So we will create first a border and we will give this shape border color. Now we will center it. Now let's copy this line, register yourself. We will put here in this. Instead we can change the background color to the white and we will reduce this we, I have reduced the size of register yourself line to 24 pixel. Change it to 26 pixel. Let's see whether it is vertically aligned or not. Yes, fine. Let's copy our countdown, and we will also reduce the size of it to 18 pixel. We will make it bold. And same, we will copy this line and change the font size of it as well. One, one, two, three, four, five. One, two, three, four, five. Two, three. Now it is bit close. We will reduce the margin. One, two, and one, two. Now it is fine. Now we can see that it is not centered. So let's make it center. Now it is fine. It is not center enough. I think it's fine now. Okay. Now we have this button left to create here. Let's create this one as well. So first of all, we have to make some space from this side, and we have to ensure that it's aligned as well. One, two, three, four. So let's pick the color and change this shape color to this picked up color. This is our color for button. So we will stick to the same layout and style and styling and all colors scheme we have took for in our desktop design. Two. Now we will give this button a name that was wish list. And also we will give this shape a name that is button. Now we will reduce this text size to 14 or should be around 16 pixel. So we can see that it is not centered. Let's make it centered. So you can see that difference between both designs, how it's changing overall. So we are only focusing on the main part of the design. So we had different priorities for the desktop viewers, and now we have different information architecture for the mobile viewers. So let's make it close, make it closer to this tagline. So we will take these layers, and selecting this layer will go like this: 1, 2, 3. So, right now we have created the navigation and the header. Let's create the content sections. First we will create about section. In our desktop site version we had following content, and it was in 3 columns. So now we have total 10 columns here. So we will create this section in vertically. So let's see. Let's copy this content here, and we will paste this one here. So we will have to change the font size of this heading to 26 pixel, right? And we will change the font size of it as well. That is 16 pixel. So it is going outside our guides. Let's fix it. We had main heading as well. So let's give the heading here also. We will make it centered. It's not picking up. Now it's fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we gave the margin from the top, that is 50 pixel, and margin from here 50 pixel. Now let's get this icon and put it here. And we will do it for all rest of the columns like this. First we will duplicate these layers. 2, 3. And copy this and we will change the font size to 26 pixel. Let's see, it is fine from the top. 1, 1, 2, 3. Let's change the font size of it as well. Now let's replace the icon. We will delete this layer. And the last one we have decentralized exchange column in about section. So we will do it like this, like we did for these two. Duplicate the layers. And copy the content and paste it here. Now let's change the font size again. Same for this one. So we have created the about section. Let's put these layers in about group. So now let's change the icon as well, which we have forgot to change. Let's change it as well. Now let's delete this one. Now we have created about section, and now you can see the difference between both designs. We had horizontal columns, and now we have vertical layout here. So now let's create the next section, that is platform. So we will again create a group here and we'll create all the layers of it under this group. But before this we have to extend the canvas size of our artwork. So we will increase the height to 2500 pixel. So we will check. Yes, let's fix it. Now I am going to create background for the platform section. So I will create the background here. Like this, and let's change the color as well to this color, because we had the same color in our desktop site version. Now let's check it is marginalized correctly. 1 2 3 4 5. I gave 50 pixel from the top, and we will do it same for here, 50 pixel from bottom. Now let's create first of all our main heading, that is platform, and we will give this heading font size that is about 48 pixel, and we will change the variant of the font to black to semi bold. Now let's change the font color, text color, sorry, to white. Now again we will give 50 pixel margin from top. 1 2 3 4 5. Now we have three columns here, same as we had in our about section. So first we will check the icon, and paste it here. We will check for margin 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's copy this content and put it here. Now we will reduce the size of font size to 26 pixel, and this one will be 16 pixel. Let's see again whether it fits or not. Right. So we will have to ensure that everything should be in should match to the given set of guidelines we have created for our design, desktop design. So we will check that whether it is centered or not. Yes, it is centered. And now we will create rest of our columns like this. 1, 2, 3. Now we have to extend the height of our background. Now we will change the content here. Now let's change the font size to 26 pixel. Again 16 pixel. And we will fix this text into the guides. Now let's change the icon as well. Let's delete this one. Again we will copy the duplicate the layers and drag it down to the last one. 1, 2, 3. Again we will copy the content and paste it here. Now we have the icon left in this section. Let's delete this layer. Check whether it is yes. 1, 2, 3. Yes, I forgot to change the font size. Let's change the font size as well here. We have space left here as well. Let's accommodate the rest of the text in the guides. So now we have a platform section has been created. Let's fix this as well. So we have 570 height total, and we will add up 50 pixel from the bottom, so it will be around 620 pixel total height. I got it. So you can see that difference between both designs. We had horizontal columns, now we have vertical rows. So now let's create next section, that is white paper. So we will take background for the white paper section. So first of all, we will create again group here for the white paper section. So I'm taking a rectangular tool and let's create the shape layer like this. Now we will take this color for our background shape, and we will give this background shape margin from the top, that is about 1 2 3 4 5 50 pixel. So here we have 4 boxes, that is 4 columns. So in here we will create it like this. We will have 4 boxes, but there will be 2 rows. Okay, so let's create it. So let's change the color to white, and let's copy the layer style and apply to this shape. So let's move it down, and first of all let's create white paper heading which will come on top of all the boxes. We will change the color to dark gray and also change the font variant here. Now let's center it. So again we will give margin from the top. 1 2 3 4 5. Same here. 1 2 3 4 5. So here we have the icon. Let's check it and put it here. So we will align it as well. 1 2 3. We will have this white paper copy for English language. So we will give it a name English and change the text size to font size to 24 pixel. Should be 26 pixel. 1 2. Now let's change the font variant as well. Now we will create a button for download. So let's create here. Now we will make it centered as well. Now we will give it a name to this layer as button. Now let's give this button a name that is download. Let's change the font size to 16 pixel. We will also change the font variant to regular. So here we have this color, so we will give same color to this button. So now we have to change the color of text as well to the white color. 3 4 5. So we will check whether it is centered or not. Now it is centered. We will not use download icon here. So we will create another group which we call box and put all those layers in box layers in this group. So here we have the box group. And now we will duplicate this group and change the group name to box 2. Looks like I have already I put this white paper heading in this box group. Let's delete it and move it below. So I'm dragging down to the end of it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let's fix it as well. It should be like that. Now let's first of all delete this one and fix it because I mistakenly took the long box. So it should be in 5 columns. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Again 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have to change the layout because we don't have much space left. 1, 2. 1, 2. So we have to also increase the height of this box as well to accommodate all the content in it. So we will extend it to 200. 2. So it will be like this. Now let's duplicate the group and change the name to box 2 and now we will change the name to Italian for this copy. Okay, so let's do it for the rest, same as we did for these two ones. Let's change the group name box 3, box 4. Now let's move it down to like this. 1, 2. Now we have this background got shortened. Let's increase it well. So we have total 540 pixel height. So we have to give 50 pixel margin from the below. So it should be around 604 pixel. Got it right this time. So here we have created the white paper section. So earlier we had 4 columns, 4 boxes in the rest of design, and now we have 2 rows for the 4 columns. For the 4 box. So now let's create next section, that is team. So in team we have 3 columns. So here we will do it in vertical rows like we did for about and platform section. So let's increase the height of canvas. Now we have to fix from the top as well. Now it is fixed. Now let's make the team section here. So again we will take a group here which we call team, and we will first create team heading and give it styling as we did for rest of the sections. Now let's make it centered, and let's give it margin from the top 1 2 3 4 5. So first we have Anthony profile. Let's take it to the mobile version, and let's text aligned to the left. So we will first of all change the styling of the fonts. So we should have 16 pixel here. Above seems fine. Now let's take the profile pic. First of all, let's make it align from the top. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and let's fix it as well. One, yes, right. So our first team member column rows has been created. Now let's create the rest of these two columns. So again we will text align left, and we'll make sure that it has even spacing like we did for the rest of the sections. 1, 2, 3. Now let's change the font size to 16 pixel. Now let's pick the profile pic, and we will make it align with this text. Again we got to extend the height to accommodate all the content. So we will give 3500 pixel total to the canvas size. And we will move it up whole design to the top. Okay, so we have now much space here. Let's make this column here, and let's text it align left. 1, 2, 3. Now let's change the font size of this paragraph to 16 pixel. So we have to copy the profile from here. Looks like our layer gone up. Let's move it to the team section. Let's move this profile to the top. So now we have created the team section as well. So now we have to create contact and footer section. So again we will create group here and we'll give it a name contact. So we had background in the contact section. Now we will create the same background for the mobile design. 1 2 3 4 5. So let's create the heading first. That is contact. Now let's change the font size to 48 pixel and let's change the font variant as well. Now we will make it center and give it 50 pixel margin from the top. 1 2 3 4 5. So now we will create input fields here. So we have the first name here. Let's change the color to the white. Let's give it a placeholder name. First name. Our value would be first name. Let's change the font. Also change the color of the placeholder text to. So we had the blue border around the input field. We will do it. We will apply this same style here. Again we will duplicate these layers and put it next to the first name and we'll change the value name to last name. Now we will select all the layers and duplicate it and move it below to above inputs. So this will be our email address. This will be our button, submit button. So let's clear the layer style and let's take the button color which is dark blue and let's make it center. Now we have created the input fields. Let's fix this margin issue from the bottom. So we have total height 220 pixel. So we will add 50 pixel to this height. So we will get to 70 pixel total. So we have created the contact section as well. Now the last thing remaining is footer. So first, let's put this line, copyright line here, and let's drag it to the footer group because it belongs to the footer section. Now we will make it centered like this, and now we have Facebook button, sorry, Facebook social sharing button, and we have Twitter icon or button. Now we will make it centered. So it is not coming in the grid guides. Let's make it wider, but it should be even from both sides. So now we have created the footer as well. So let's see both the pages we have designed so far. Let's start from the top. So here we have the navigation and the header, and in here in mobile site design, here how it looks. So you can see the difference between both the designs, and the purpose of making it precise for the mobile view is to ensure that user reads the content easily, because we have to focus on the content, because we don't have much scope in the mobile design if we are going to make any interaction or animation in the mobile view. So we have to limit the view of animation and interactions in the mobile view. In whereas in desktop design we can play with interactions and animations. So we have so much scope in the desktop design. So we can see that we have created the design for mobile site, mobile design as well. Now let's go to next session. Hello guys, now we have completed our ICO site desktop and mobile version design, and I believe you also have practicing or practiced ICO web page design after learning it. So here's your takeaway from this course. Number one, we have learned about web design and its essentials. Number two, we got the idea what is initial coin offering and how it works in real environment. Number three, we have covered Photoshop tools and essentials for design creation. Number four, we learned how to create simple one-page site design in Photoshop using various tools. Number five, we learned how to place and create UI elements, navigation, header, banner image, content sections like testimonials and footer. Number six, we also covered what should be the relevant ICO content and how do we visualize and present it to our users via visual design. Now let's move to the bonus lecture. In bonus lecture, we will talk about what is UI and UX design. Design is a broad stream of subjects and isn't limited to graphic design. When someone says I'm a designer, it is not immediately clear what they actually do day to day. There are numerous pillars of responsibility which together holds design upright. Design related roles exist in a range of domains like graphic design, textile design, interior design, fashion design, print design and more. With a relatively recent influx of tech companies focused on creating interfaces for screens, many new design roles have emerged. Job titles like UX developer or UI designer have emerged as the future front of design roles. Its meaning is unfamiliar even to designers who come from other industries. So now let's separate UI UX. UX design refers to user experience design, while UI design stands for user interface design. Both of these are crucial to an IT product and need to work closely together. Despite being very integral to each other, the roles themselves are quite different, involving distinct process. So the user experience design is a still a relatively new field, with many companies only just waking up to the fact that they need someone on their payroll if they want to succeed in attracting and retaining customers. Part of the confusion might lie in the name UX design. For many people, the word design is associated with creativity, colors, and graphics, when really its true definition lies in functionality, as well as the process behind making products that provide a seamless experience for the people who use them. So, user experience designer job will probably seem mysterious at first. Like, wait, you don't make graphics? And confusing at best. People ask, why is the new designer interviewing people? Knowing who the target customers are and how to make their experience with your product the most rewarding or delightful it can be is the responsibility of UX design team. As such, functionality, usability, and user adaptability ranks high in their priorities for the product. UX designers are generally focused on development of digital products, but the theory and process can be applied to just about anything, like strategy and context, where they do competitor analysis, customer analysis, product structure and strategy, and also work on content development. They also play part in wireframing and prototyping, and they have other responsibilities like coordination with UI UX designers, coordination with developers, tracking goals and integration, and lastly analysis and iteration. So part marketer, part designer, part project manager, the UX role is complex, challenging and multifaceted. You see that iteration of the product as connected to analysis or testing is indeed mentioned twice, but in reality you would put it in between every other item on the list. Ultimately, the aim is to connect business goals to user needs through a process of testing and refinement towards that which satisfies both sides of the relationship. And let's talk about what is UI. A user interface is like a joke. If you have to explain it, it's not that good. We all know that a plane can be flown from its cockpit. The UX to fly it is there, but the controls are arranged in such a way that it is not intuitive. It has a complicated user interface. So to create a great UI is a challenge, especially because it has to be intuitive. When asked in a research if people like Samsung phones or Apple phones, most people said that they like Apple, even though both the brands have the same experience of a phone as a product. People largely preferred one over the other. Why? To the question why they like Apple phones better, the response was consistent and immediate. I find the Apple phone much more intuitive. Interviewer response. Interesting. Could you give me some specific examples of how it is more intuitive? With this question, their glee turns to shock and horror as if to say, of course the Apple is more intuitive. How dare you question that? From this point, they would struggle to come up with some sort of answer ranging from it is just is to it just works to it's simpler to Apple apps have a more consistent look and feel. Apple's UI is embedded in the UX so well it doesn't even feel like it's there. The more seamless the UI, the more intuitive the product feels. So the following duties of the UI designers like that. They have to ensure that look and feel should be consistent. They do customer analysis, design research, branding and graphic development, and user guides and storyline. In the context of responsiveness and interactivity, they create prototypes and interactivity and animation. They work on adaptation to all device screen sizes. And lastly, coordinate with developer for implementing it. A user interface designer makes technology easy and intuitive for people to use. User interface designers work on the areas where users directly interact with the product. Something that looks great but is difficult to use is exemplary of great UI and poor UX. While something very usable that looks terrible is exemplary of great UX and poor UI. So my take on difference between UI and UX. Well, I think it is like riding a car without knowing whether it will reach us to our destination. So we need a car that is UI, but it has to be useful enough to ensure better experience and help us reach to our destination. That is UX. So I believe you have got some understanding about the UI and UX design from this lecture. Thank you.